All right, I'm on a mouse hunt. I'll be right back. So the big question is, I did find it, so we are in business. Basically, I need to get ready if I got a ban rage. He showed up. Is that a little blinding? Morning. She's nervous. Well, that's not very. Hey guys, welcome in. So we're turning shafts for Turkish spindles today. They're made out of hard maple. Why? Yeah. Today? Tomorrow? Well, I have to work today. We'll just hit Aldi. No. Did you just say seize the day? At least get us through the day. Okay. I was like, wow. Carpe diem, honey. Carpe diem. Carpe canis. Seize the dog. All right. Hey, guys. Welcome in. Like I said, we're making shafts today. So the last few live streams, we're testing a Buck Tool 16-inch scroll saw. So we made a whole bunch of arms. Hey Z, how's it going? So the Turkish spindles have two pieces. They have the arms and the shaft. So we cut out like 104 of these. Well, that's what we have sitting on the table. My first couple days of testing, I did not live stream, and then I just kind of made the shafts for them already. So, yeah. So this is zebra wood. All right. So let's back that up just a little bit. So when I order these, I order them oversized, which helps me true them up. So I use this wrench as a caliper. So we are making shafts for drop spindles, which are used to spin yarn. These are Turkish style. Hello, is it Massimo? Welcome in. If you'd like to, we can pretend we're making magic wands. That also works. So this is a story stick or a storyboard. It just has the dimensions on. So I put my test roll on, then I butt it up against because I put a recess in there. And then I can just transfer my lines over. And that way they'll all be approximately the same, pretty close to the same. How many am I making today? We'll see how today goes. Probably at least 40. If my legs get tired, I'm going to go back to the scroll saw and cut some more arms out. So that's typically what I do. I stand here until I get tired, then I go sit down on the saw and cut, and then come back and forth. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I can't stand here for 8 hours. So the next one I'll go over the process of what we're exactly doing. You know, this is spindle turning, so it'd be the same if I was like making like pens or magic wands, furniture parts. Spindles for letters. Yeah, so I've made tens and tens of thousands of these in my life. Yeah, so this is just production. So it's that time of year, so we got a sale coming up, so. During the course of the sale, we're gonna keep putting new things up. So these are the arms that I talked about cutting out on the scroll. So this is Vera wood or Argentinian ligamente. It's very, very, very heavy, but it's pretty. Kind of greenish, it gets kind of a green hue to it. There we go. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a roughing gouge. So it's just that. It takes off a lot of material. It doesn't leave a pretty finish. So we're going to bring it down so it fits into this wrench. Now I do have lines drawn on my tool rest that correlate with the story stick, so I have a taper that's going to end right there. Hey, you, how's it going? 18. Right now we are running at 3,629 RPMs, so we're maxed out. So now we're going to come in with the spindle gouge and just kind of clean it up. Get it on size. Why not make the wrench sharp? You can do that. If you wanted to use it and set it down. But it's not like you could sharpen it and then just stick it in the wood real hard and bring it across. That wouldn't work. Alright, so this is my my arm template, so that's where the arm's going to sit. So I'm just going to push that in there and then just transfer the lines over. Now we're going to use a beading tool, which is just a V shape, and just set in the beads. So we have a finial on the top, so we're going to just lay that in. Now we're going to taper these lines together. I have some wire here. I'm just going to set it in. We're just going to burn a couple decorative lines between the beads. Just makes them pop a little bit more. Turn the lathe speed down, and then we're just going to sand out. We're going to turn the speed back up, gather some wood chips, and then we're burnishing the surface. Some wax as a protectant. Come up to the top, refine the shape of the finial, cut it off, and then we'll sand it out. So we did as much as we could while it was between centers, and then we finally cut it off. So these shafts need to be straight. Hey Manuel, how's it going? So you can see it's running. And then in the next step, we'll sand and put wax on the bottom as well. You got another set of ligamente arms. Argentinian ligamente, not true ligamente. Those trees are endangered. So they are not all going to turn out. Some of them are going to have vibration in it. Wood's a natural material. There's internal stresses in wood. There could be voids. There could be pockets in there. There might have been a bug's house in there at one point in time. So if you're new to the stream, my name is Scott. I'm a professional woodworker from Wisconsin. I've been doing this full time for a little over 12 years. Hello, Antonio. How's it going today? So I mainly make fiber tools. I make things for fiber artists, like spindles and things for crocheters and knitters and that kind of thing. But yeah, spindles are my meat and potatoes, if you will. So this channel itself is usually focused on beginner to intermediate scroll saw projects, lathe projects, that sort of thing. We just got done with our busy season. As far as our show season, where we have to leave, go to festivals and have, thousands of dollars of product and then come back. So now we got to get through Christmas. And then when things start settling down after the holidays, I'll start putting out way more videos. I just released a video today, in fact. I did a review of Buck Tool's new 16-inch variable speed scroll saw. I actually just put it up on YouTube right before I started streaming. So. It might have 10 views already. Alright, so this one's a little short. We could go back and make it longer. But I need 7-inch shafts as well, so we'll just make a 7-inch. So I make quite a few different sizes, so I have a bunch of different size shafts, so we need them all. Oh, it was chilly this morning. It was like 30. It's 30 degrees right now. It's gonna snow today. Ooh. Good for the hunters, bad for me. Alright, so this one's smaller. 7-inch shaft. So I really like maple. One One of the reasons I like maple is the pores are small, so when you turn something, you don't see a whole bunch of pores. If I was to make this with like red oak, you would see a whole bunch of lines and dots all over the place because the pores are so big. So could you see this thing isn't perfectly straight? There's some wiggle wobble in it. So now we're getting close to being on size, so we're going to switch from the spindle gouge. So I'm going to shut the lathe off while backing out the tailstock so we can see what's going on with this arm. See how there's a lot of vibration right there? So rather than making an 8-inch shaft, I'm going to bring it down to a 6-inch. And we'll see if we can salvage this one. And the worst case scenario is if it didn't work, we'd end up using it for kindling in our fireplace. And this stuff just makes great kindling. So the wood chips and the sawdust that are coming out of this, I also make fire starters out of it just for my own personal use. So I'll mix the sawdust with wax and then put it into like those little Dixie cups for the bathroom. So I drop one of those in the bottom, put some of the kindling, the stuff on the bottom underneath that, and yeah, light that and walk away. Hey Cappy, how's it going? Here we go. And I'm very grateful my brother stopped by and dropped off a pickup truck load of firewood. So, almost a base cord. We used to burn a lot more when we were working out of the house. Now that we have a workshop, it's kind of nice. We get home and, you know, light a fire and just kind of relax. Hey! Hello, Mr. It's Me. How's it going? Welcome in. Hey, Paulo, how's it going? not too excited about snow. I live in Wisconsin, so we have some pretty harsh winters. Not a big deal. You just bitch about it. You start following me on Sunday? Beauty. So we would have been cutting on the scroll saw, testing out that scroll saw. So I just put the video up this morning. So we'll probably do a little cutting later, whenever my legs get tired. Yep. So if you're just if you're new to the stream, we were cutting out the arms for while testing out scroll saw for review. So I probably cut out probably 125, if not a little bit more than that. So I did get like 25 shafts done earlier in the week. So now we got like over 100. I think there's 104 sitting here to make shafts for. Hey L, how's it going? So this is a standard, different shapes than the other ones. This curly maple, this tiger maple is gorgeous. Yeah, we slept in today. Normally up early. We got out of bed at like 8:30 today. Hey Kay, how's it going? I guess that's one of the benefits of being self-employed. You can get out of bed when you want. Yeah, so in the shop, it's me and my partner, my girlfriend Vicky. So she's laser engraving right now, so if you hear some beeps, that's why. Hey, welcome in. Is it Yaus? I'm trying to think if there's any more fun and exciting things coming up. Oh, I actually cut out a name sign for that video. More of a word sign. So, we cut this out for that video. I don't know, I made this pattern probably, I don't know, 14 or 15 years ago. And I haven't made one in a long time. So, yeah. Little cherry love sign. I don't make a lot of decor these days. So these arms are canary wood. Isn't they pretty? Hey EK, how's it going? Ooh. So this one is not very straight. So we'll try. We'll see. It might turn out, it might not. So yeah, it's bent here and it's bent down there. Hair vibration in the front. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm going to make this one into a 7-inch. So are we taking tomorrow off? Okay. So we're taking tomorrow off because it's Thanksgiving here in America. What's that? You can do it. A turkey. I can make little wooden turkeys all day. I could also juggle knives, but I don't think it'd be a good idea. Juggle chainsaws on a unicycle. Should probably learn how to ride the unicycle and learn how to juggle first. It was a slow morning getting here, but we're here. So I think I'm going to make one more shaft, and then I'm going to run away and grab a cup of coffee. Also ligamente, or Vera wood. Yeah, I think coffee's definitely in order. So as far as the wire I use for burning, it's just picture frame hanging wire. A lot of people use guitar strings. I just have a ton of this. This stuff does wear out. You know, you're heating it, cooling it, heating it. It will break. That's why I have a longer piece here, so I can keep shortening it. So I think I have enough of that wire to last me probably another 20 years. All right, let's see. Welcome in A and M. Glad you guys are hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Hey, honey, can you come over here and talk to the people or get me a cup of coffee? You're gonna get the coffee, okay. I just don't want to leave it unattended. Otherwise, everybody runs away. Canary wood. Very pretty. The wood is pretty. Amel, welcome in. Alright, that one has a ton of vibration in. Make a 4 1/4 inch shaft, which is fine. That's the nice part about these is I've got a variety of sizes I make. So. Yep, so this one doesn't get beads, it just gets one single line. Coffee. What's that? What, waitresses and waiters? I think they do, honey. You just don't see it. I think when you're new, you spill a lot, you drop a lot. All right. Coffee. Lots and lots of creamer. It's very good. All right. Now that'll be on size. So yeah, we've been in this commercial shop for a little over a year now, and it is amazing. So nice. There are 2 apartments upstairs. I'm sure they're awfully happy that, you know, somebody's working down here. Actually, the people, there's 2 apartments upstairs, and they're usually gone while we're working, so. Oh no, it's only been 45 minutes and I've run out of things to say. You guys gotta help me out. If you're just tuning in, we're turning hard maple. We're making Turkish spindle shafts that you use to spin yarn with. Hello, F6V. No. Nurse. Hello, nurse. She's tiny, she's toony. My girlfriend's a little loony. And in this cartoony, she's invading her TV. Steven Spielberg was the director or producer of that, right? Odd. Yakko Wacko and Dot. Alright. So we got a little something going on there. Looks like it's a little something. I thought it was going to be a bark pocket, but I don't know. More than likely, we're going to machine that much off anyway. So I'm not being overly aggressive. At the end of the day, these need to be straight. Hey G, welcome in. See how it's going. That'll do. We'll make this one into a 7. Gonna go grab my there. So this is my let's see, hello S and hello 881. So I'm gonna grab my 40 grit chisel here just to refine the shape a little bit. I've been using that piece of sandpaper for a long time. Still has grit on it, so I guess we're good. Alright, KGL, welcome in. Also, Vera wood or Argentinian Ligamente. Very pretty. So once I sand it, this is going to turn into this color, and then over time it's going to go back to this green color. Gonna grab a drink of coffee and then we'll get going again. I think live streaming is better with coffee. I mean, Kool-Aid's pretty good, too. Okay, let's be honest, it's like Crystal Light. So you might notice I'm supporting the wood quite a bit with my hands. And that's because it's just so thin. Okay, a little vibration on that one will make it into a 6-inch. So we'll make 4 1/4, 6, 7, 8 out of this size of wood. Hey Joe, how's it going? Welcome in. So a big thing doing production work is having everything ready, all your tools, all your supplies readily available, so you're not going to lose time. Not a problem. So you're not going to lose time going from one to the other. Having to stop everything and looking for something isn't a great thing. So I'm set up to make these. I have everything I need kind of situated around me. I have a lot of things on magnets, and then I stick it to the lathe. Just sandpaper, right in reach. Beauty. Grab a drink. So I am wearing safety glasses, and I do have earplugs in, even though this isn't extremely loud. My hearing protection is a Bluetooth headset, so I am listening to music. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't like if I share the music I'm listening to. Hey, Technoblade, how's it going? Welcome back. So if I accidentally say Funk Soul Brother, it's because of the music in my head. So we are definitely getting some stuff done, which is good. We do have a brand new video up of me doing a review of Buck Tool's new 16-inch double parallel arm scroll saw. I know how exciting that sounds. Hey Brian, welcome in. Hey Vass. So I'm just happy I got a video made. It's been a while. I think I like live streaming better than recorded content. I am going to make full-length videos. It's just, this is more fun. This is just my normal day. I'm not designing anything to make. I'm just doing my stuff. And I'm not complaining because the scroll saw review I did, I was cutting these out, so I just did production work just on a different saw. So it actually kind of worked out nice. Oh, it was an extremely long watch, wasn't it? You know, my issue, you know, I want to give as much information as I can, but I think I'm going a little overboard. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Now, do you think I should throw the pattern for this in the description? I don't know. I guess if somebody asks for it, I will. Yeah, so the factory that are making these scrolls, it's a Chansen. They make a lot of equipment for Nova, so Technitool. Granted, you know, they did file for bankruptcy, but they make stuff for Rycon, and they make stuff for a lot of other companies as well. So that scroll saw is going to look very similar to a lot of other scroll saws. They're coming out of the same factory, and they're decent for their price. They're amazing. So yeah, we're probably going to be cutting in that saw probably about an hour, I would guess. I'm trying to check my legs here, how they're doing. I don't know. The whole power tool industry, they've kind of lost touch as far as I'm concerned. So it's nice that we're getting some lower priced options out there. I mean, they're pricing themselves out of, you know, new people buying their equipment for the most part. And that, that happened years ago, even before all the bizarre tariff choices we have in America these days. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we're making Turkish spindle shafts for spinning yarn. We're turning hard maple, and we're using a Laguna Revo 1216. So this is a MIDI size lathe. So for me, this is like the Goldilocks of lathes. So they make little pen lathes, then the MIDI, and then full size. So this lathe is amazing. It's big enough to make everything I want to, but it's not big enough to make things I don't want to. So if somebody asked me to make them a baseball bat, I'm sorry, I can't do that. My lathe's not big enough. Somebody wants a pool stick. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't do that. My lathe is not big enough. And when I bought this, I was working out of a bedroom, so it was like not even 10 feet by 10 feet. So a full-size lathe would have really taken up a lot. Now it just looks adorable. Alright, we're going to be using a story stick, so we can just transfer the lines over. So now I'm going to have to build another stand. Hello. So I'm going to grab the ones that we've made so far. I'm just going to put them in a box because I'm running out of room on my table. I actually have a flat here. Hello, Kay. Welcome in. So let's see. So far in the stream, we have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 done. It's not so bad. We got 18 done in the last hour. Granted, we're just making the shafts. it? I've been drinking coffee and talking a lot. So yeah, so over the couple days testing out this saw, I probably made about 130 arms. So this morning there was 104 sitting on the desk. So it'll be nice. We'll have some inventory for a while. Yeah, so that new video that I just came out with, I got that edited last night. I uploaded it, marked it as private, and then slept, and then woke, and then when I woke up, I watched it again and decided whether I wanted to change it or not. Sometimes when you make something, you're just way too close to it. So sometimes a fresh pair of eyes, had the girlfriend watch it too. And, for me, the main thing is, I just want to give back, There were so many people who helped me out. So this is a glider, that's a shape, and this is hard maple. So these have to be sanded and balanced yet, and a finish put on them. But if they start out pretty balanced, see how smooth that is? It's a good indication that you're not going to have to spend a lot of time balancing it. Thank you for clicking on the screen. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you're watching it on your phone, double click on the screen. Hey! Or click the little heart button. That'll help bring people in. So I did notice that Buck Tools saw the sides of it. They have, you know, tool storage area where it's just like a handle and you can slip things in. Well, if I pop that out, I could 3D design an insert, and then I could have blade holders that would fit the test tubes in. I think I might do that. That might be a fun project, because a lot of other saws have the same kind of... feature? Hello? Hey, welcome in. It is such... oh... it's not that cold out, but snow... ugh. We'll see if any sticks around. Hey, video. Welcome in. I know the deer hunters, they would love some snow on the ground to help track. But, oh, no thank you. Yeah, so me and my partner, we were thinking about moving down south. Kind of found this workspace that was 5 minutes away from home. So rather than trying to sell the house and all that stuff, yeah, I'll just bitch about the winters. I'm that age now. I'm going to complain about the winters, and I'm going to tell you to get off my lawn. Because I spend a lot of time making my lawn look nice. I care about petty things because I'm old. Hey, if I was making a magic wand, I'd be using the same tools. They are both spindle work. This just has, you know, a protector on your hand. You know, if you bippity boppity boop or Leviosa stuff. Okay. So you can see this one is not exactly straight. So we'll try. I used to make wands many, many years ago. So if the whole fiber tool thing slows down on me, that's always an option. I could see about getting into a Renaissance fair and I was hoping to be able to get into a craft market. This year, but we just got super busy. So maybe through the course of the year we'll make up some fall and holiday stuff. And then try to find a local little market and just set up shop for fun. So I have my dust collector. It's in the next room over. I've got a small garage door that's open 4 inches to let the hose out. You could probably hear some of the vacuum, just the suction sound. But it's way louder than what you're hearing. You grab a little bit of coffee while I'm waiting for the lathe to slow down. So you might be wondering why I'm making these by hand at a CNC machine to spit them out real quick. Well, financially that doesn't make sense. You know, I could send these out. I could commission a company to make them, but I think people prefer handmade, and there would be so much testing involved. Because the CNC machine doesn't care if it's straight or not. It's just going to run the G code. I made the thing you told me to make, you know? So yeah, I'm letting it run. I'm pulling it out just to see how straight it is, see how it's running. So we're doing checks throughout making it. So if anything goes bad, we can stop. Yep, so my partner was laser engraving. That's the last step. On the bottom of the spindles, we'll put the company name, the wood type, and then the weight of the spindle itself. So that way you know how much the spindle weighs. So if you're spinning yarn on it. But here's an example. If I know how much the spindle weighs, when I weigh it, I know how much yarn I have on here. So then you can get a weight of the yarn. You make shafts with integrated wooden hooks like a crochet, almost like a crochet hook on top? Yeah. I could. Yeah, I used to make crochet hooks too. You know, this is just a very traditional way of doing it. So my issue with hooks are, when you go to remove the shaft, that hook is going to want to grab onto every single piece of yarn while you're pulling it out. So, kind of dig the half hitch up. be right back, and I'm gonna let this run. I just gotta go grab my meds. I just can't stop myself. Doesn't it look delicious? Oh, yeah. So now I have a White Rabbit by who the heck did White Rabbit? That was Jefferson Airplane. So lately, I've been getting back into like Fleetwood Mac. So I've got a Fleetwood Mac channel going on, and bringing up a lot of songs that I have not heard for a long, long time. Normally, I listen to, alternative, 90s alternative grunge. And it's just like, you listen to stuff you listen to in college and high school, We're right back to get off my lawn. So that one's got a little bend there, but this thing is running so true. It's looking good. So if you're just joining us, my name is Scott. I like to make things. This channel is normally about like some beginner scroll saw lathe projects, maybe intermediate. Just trying to help people get started in woodworks and crafting. So this is my day job, but since I'm already doing this, I've been like, yeah, I might as well live stream. You might be getting something out of this. Or if you just like the ASMR of, woodworking, that's great too. All right, let's make some wood chips. Have I heard of a band called Sleep Token? I have not. I am way out of the loop. That one's got a little vibration in the front. We're going to make a 6-inch shaft out of it. I would make fun of my. I have an older brother, and he was talking to me and my younger brother, and he's like, "Oh, I just found out this new band. It's amazing. It's called Butthole Surfers." And this was like a decade after Butthole Surfers were popular. I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I'm kind of in that age right now, brother, and my own grandpa. I don't know how that works. Now, I also like 80s stuff too, like Talking Heads, Violent Femmes. Alright, so this is 6-inch shaft. So this is the smallest glider I make. The gliders come in 3 different sizes. And this is Ligamente, Argentinian Ligamente, or Vera wood. It's very, very, very heavy. It's hard to work with. It dulls things very, very fast. So it's a good thing about cutting it out on a scroll saw. Scroll saw blades are inexpensive. In the scheme of things. Alright guys, I think we're going to do one more and then we're going to head over to the scroll saw and cut out some more arms. Not that I need them right now, but it's time to sit down. So yeah, burning those decorative lines in, it just makes the beads on the bottom, it just makes them pop a little bit more. Otherwise, they just kind of blend in a little bit. So if you find like turned objects that have a whole bunch of like dark lines on it, it's because it's something that'll it's really fast to do. this one is walnut. Actually, let me get unplugged. Let's get over there now. Do something a little different. Get back in the saddle again. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? Emergency by Sleep Stuffing is definitely a way to listen. All right, I'll check that out. So we're gonna go just for a little walk. I'm sorry. It's gonna be awfully wobbly. I try to hold the camera as steady as I can, and it always looks like I strapped a camera to a monkey. All right, definitely making progress. Try not to put you upside down. Sorry about that. Is it Tamu? Hello, welcome. Welcome in. All right, we're just about there. That's kind of far away, isn't it? Some lights on in the joint. All right. Hello, welcome in. Give me 1 minute here, guys. We're making progress. All right. I am going to get something to drink and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Everything going okay, man? Beauty. All right, let's make some sawdust. How does that sound? I'm all for it. All right, I just have to get the computer over here running so I can see the chat.
You do me a favor and cut out the dragonflies first?
Yeah, I cut you out of Drake. Didn't I?
So I don't know. You cut out the star.
Oh, I cut out the star. Okay, yeah. You want a dragonfly?
Yeah. A couple of them.
Okay.
I mean, it's easy enough. I've got enough 6-inch stuff over here that I can just swap out a shaft.
Mm-hmm. See if I can find the stream. Yep. All right. Now if we can get through this. Skip. All right, looks like the chat is caught up. So we are good. Let's make a mess. You said dragonflies first?
Yeah.
So for this one, I actually have the cut lines laser engraved in. Then on both sides, we have some decorative bugs. Bugs. I need to grab a ruler. Then we're all set. There's nothing else I could possibly want. Can't do that on elections. All right. And then for my scrap, I have a 5-gallon bucket on the floor next to me. So with these, I'm trying to split the line. Let me get closer. That was a little far away. Oh, that poor dog. Yep, so these smaller spindles come from a piece of wood where we make a larger spindle over the top. So my girlfriend has recently learned how to laser engrave these. So she has given me quite a few to cut out today.
I'm sure they will last for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. It's not like these things are going to fly off the shelf and sell tomorrow. But they do sell. What's that? Go. Oh, the cherry donut. It's pretty good. Okay, that's the dog from the front. Yeah. So both of our neighbors have dogs. There's a pit bull in the back that cries like all day long, every day. But she's quiet because the dog in the front is howling. There's 2 dogs up front. screw test fit, see how it fits together. And we're going to be swapping the blade out. I have no idea on here. So it has been just a little bit of burning there. It's okay. Cherry sands easily. There you go. It's done if you want it right away. Honey?
Yeah.
You got plenty to do? You got plenty to do right now? Yeah. But it is cut out. I'll keep it separated. Because if we learned anything from the offspring, okay, now the pit bull's going nuts. We are a quiet bunch today. I'm all right with that. Okay. So this is one of the cleverest Turkish drop spindles I make. It's just so clever. No, it's got the Turkish march. Da 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 da. And then da 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 dun 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 dun. It is, even though I'm cutting, quite a bit of the notes off. If you know the song, if you play piano, you're gonna get it. There we go. Hey, how's it going, Matt? Welcome in. I think I'm gonna go to a number 7 blade. For some reason, this cherry's just not loving it. All right. It's been a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been super, super busy, so I've been live streaming pretty consistently over the last, week. But yeah, otherwise it's usually one day a week. catch me if you can, you know? How so what? What?
I've taken 5, 10, 15 pictures.
And
Card in the camera.
the card with no card in the camera? Wow. You ended up buying a scroll saw yesterday? Sweet. Which did you end up getting? Oh, I only speak English, but we can do translate. We'll figure something out. Scroll saw are a lot of fun. Just saying. Greetings from Cancun and the 4x4 printing press. Very nice. So, let's see, 4x4, that would probably be... Offset? Yes, I have a Bauer as well. Yeah, it is. It's a decent saw. This saw here was also made in the same factory. Yeah, I've had my Bauer for about a year yet. Yep. So hang on a second here. Yeah, this is a 16-inch, which I really like the smaller ones too. So right now, the 16-inch is sitting on the table that this one was on. Now, I do have a video, that pin in the back. If you raise your bed up, it's really, really hard to get to that pin in the back. You can disable it. You can unscrew it if you don't want it. What we ended up doing is what we designed this. So when it's time to, if it's locked up, you can easily reach it, push it in, and it just unlocks that pin. I mean, just a simple lever. Does the tube fall down? Well, you know, these lock line tubes are a little bit floppier than like real ones. What I end up doing is I tend to put them behind, you know, I'm not using the hold down foot. I got that removed. I just kind of put it behind here, and it keeps it from vibrating too much. I've also zip tied them in the past on other saws just to try to keep it from vibrating too much. So if you come over here, I've done the exact same thing. So it's sitting under there. If I'd pull it out, then it would probably be vibrating. Now, if it could be just, you might have one bad link in it. If it's falling down in the same spot every time, you can remove links. They are kind of a pain in the butt to get on and off. They do make special pliers for that. Sorry, I'm just adding some Velcro here. This cord is driving me nuts. Yeah, they're very, very nice saws. You could use wire or tape to it. Yeah, exactly. That'll work too. So, yeah, this one is coming out of the same factory. This one does have dust extraction on. There's a hood that you can clip on the front. So that's why there's these holes on the table. Yeah, you can get some tiny, tiny blades for these saws. So you used to be really interested in woodworking when you were growing up, watching the Woodwright and the new Yankee Workshop on PBS channel? Absolutely. You know, yeah, I watched both of those. Yeah, you know, the Woodwright shop was just one camera. You need a magnifying light? Yeah. My main saw, I picked one up at Menards. So it was a magnifier. I think it's 5X.
You just get another one for your other stuff?
Right. I don't have one over here, but that's okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the magnifying light. You know, if you're going to get one with LEDs. Don't get one of the older styles that take incandescent bulbs. And if it does, put an LED in there, because those incandescent bulbs, you basically make your scroll saw into an easy bake oven. Why does every trade have to involve math? Yeah. What size drill bit do I use? Actually, I use whatever I have laying around. It just has to be small enough to fit in whatever hole you're cutting out. So I have quite a few. I buy micro ones, so I have really, really tiny ones, and then up to the normal size ones. So the one I have on here, I have no idea what size it is. It's just a little one. Yeah, so if you go to Harbor Freight, they have they'll have a set of micro drill bits which come in handy. See if I got some here in a bag. Which I don't, but so you know, they have some super, super tiny ones if you're, you know, using like a one, a size 1 scroll saw blade or a 2.0. So, but whatever will fit in the hole that you are cutting out. So the one I have in there right now is probably, it's probably got a 2mm in here. So I do have a big set of metric ones, and then, you know, I've got a big set of standard ones as well. And by standard, I mean imperial. Yeah, the old pin blades, you have to drill exactly a manhole size cut. 1/4 inch drill bit. Yeah, the pin end blades really limit what you can make. Oh no, I don't speak German. What kind of saw do I have? This is a Buffalo 16-inch scroll saw. You never seen one like this before? Yeah, this is a double parallel arm saw. So a little different than the Hagners. I really wish I could speak other languages. Oh yeah, the hold down foot. I don't run them. They're fine if you're starting out, but I don't know. Most people tend to take them off. I mean, I cut so many little things out that having a hold down foot would just get in the way. Is it Riza? Hello, welcome in. Make this just a hair bigger. Probably going to take off about a 0.5 millimeter. Like a 64th of an inch. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the hold down foot. It's just, it gets in the way. And a lot of times if I'm like looking at used saws, I kind of gravitate towards ones that have the hold down foot on. It's a pretty good indication that they weren't being used all that much. Hello, my friend. Welcome in, 7S. Your old pin saw would jump all over the place, yeah. You know, I did when I did the review for this saw, I was going over the difference between the single parallel arm and the double parallel arm. I really didn't get into depth, so by doing it this way with the linkage, with the parallel arm, you have two arms, and in the back there's a threaded rod. So once you clamp your blade on, you tighten that rod, and then they work together, you know, like a parallel. They work together in parallel. Well, you got a 16-inch, so you got a really long arm that's going up and down, up and down. So that long arm, it's going to oscillate. So instead of going up and down, it's also going to be going front to back. It's going to be making this motion. Now the double parallel arm, it only has 4 inches here rather than 16, so it's going to cut more straight up and down. So that's why this style saw is going to feel smoother when you're cutting with it. I mean, this one right now, I have it turned all the way up. This is like high speed. This is 8 out of 8. And there's a little vibration to it. But it's really not bad. I could turn it down. It's just this cherries just wants to burn today. Yeah, it's definitely night and day. I would agree. It's like, why have I waited this long? And yep. Put my thumb right in front of that blade? Absolutely. And you've noticed how many times I've cut myself? So scroll saw is probably the safest piece of equipment in a workshop that has the word saw attached to it. Yeah, you can cut yourself, but it's going to make Band-Aid injuries. I'm more liable to get poked when the blade breaks and kind of tattooed on my finger than I am getting it cut. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we are making Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn. I have a sign, but it just doesn't fit at this angle. So. Oh yeah, I've got my 16-inch parallel arm saw too. Old Rusty. Keep him around. I break him out from time to time. Yeah. So we're just cutting out little things today. These are small ones. So my goal in today is actually to be on the lathe, but I switch between the lathe and the saw just because I'm sitting down on the scroll saw. Yeah, no, these are much safer. Yeah, on a bandsaw, I wouldn't have my finger there. So this is what we're cutting with. So that's the size of the teeth on that blade. Don't get me wrong, it'll bite you, but it's not going to take your finger off. Yeah, with the bandsaw, it's always going in one motion. So when it starts cutting, it's going to pull you in, and yeah. Depending on your blade, I got a resaw blade on my my bandsaw. It would not take very much to take a finger off. Yeah. The nice thing about the scroll saw here is you can unclamp the little blade and put it through there and make internal cuts. Oh yeah, table saws will pull you in too. Actually, the most unsafe saw would be a radial arm saw. Those things are dangerous beyond dangerous.
One of those really old ones.
Yeah. Hello, F. Welcome in. You know, we've gone to chop saws now, but yeah, radial arm saws. Even in their instructions, they were trying to make them do everything. Like, oh, you can turn the blade sideways and have it stick out in the front, and then you can cut large sheets of plywood. Yeah, and your stomach. One brand, I think Craftsman recalled all of theirs because there was so much liability to them. You used to radial arm saw, always scared me. Yeah, it's one of those things you really have to respect and just know where you are at all times. Yeah, it's one of the pieces of equipment I don't have. I wouldn't get one. I mean, they're readily available. As old ones, you know. Go on Facebook Marketplace, you can probably pick 3 of them within 20 miles of where you're living. Oh, and yeah, table saw is no joke. Absolutely. You can cut off your finger and then be like, hey, wait a minute. What happened here? And you got to be careful about kickback too. You're 16 and told to get to work cutting plywood with it. Yeah. You just got to remember, or those watch, yeah, those big bandsaws. You can watch live streams of people just throwing wood through those huge ones. Amazing. Yep, machinery does not care. Everything's out to get you. And it's hard to stay sharp when you're working with tools. You start getting complacent, and it's hard not to get complacent. Hello. Hey, how's it going? So, I bought this monstrosity. Check this out. So this is a blower, and it's also a vacuum. It's also very dusty. So it's 18 volts. Dust. You basically you take the nozzle off here, you put it on the inside on the infeed, and then you put a little bag in this, a little vacuum cleaner. It was like on sale at Menards at like $17. How can you say no to that? I just wish they could make it a little bit bigger. The fact that it's like 14 inches long, the sad part is it actually works really well. So as much as I want to make fun of it, I also bought their little $16 18 volt cordless drill, and yeah, it works. It's pretty much like Menards gets the Temu stuff in, yeah. I mean, and then you can absolutely get metal cutting blades for the saw. They make jeweler blades. A lot of people do coin cutting with these, where you make internal cuts inside of a coin. So they'll take the coin and then they'll clamp it into a basically a holder, so you got something to hold on to, so you're not trying to cut a coin like that. Yeah, they got a ton of blades. Right now I'm using wood blades. Obviously, these are well, this one here is a mystery blade. Let me look at it. I'm not sure who the manufacturer is. It should be Pegasus. Yeah, this is a skip tooth blade, a double skip tooth. So you'll see there'll be a tooth, and then a big gullet, and then another tooth, and then a big gullet. So it's also, this is a modified geometry blade. So having those gullets in there gives a place for the sawdust to go to. So it helps eject more of the sawdust while you're cutting, and it makes the cut faster. Yeah. This one is a 16-inch, so from here to the back is 16 inches. A lot of them these days, you're looking at like 22, 21, 22 inches. They make 30-inch ones, but yeah, if you're doing like a little, if you're cutting like little stuff, little metal stuff, you don't need a huge blade. You ever use a crown blade to cut plastic? I have not. You see those fancy high dollar blades? No, they're not too bad. I was using the PTG blades for a while there. So those blades are like $2 a piece. These are not that bad. The crown tooth blades are a unique blade because they cut in both stroke. So they look like a crown. So if you look at the blade, it'll come up and they'll have two teeth on them. So it'll look like that. And then there'll be a gap. So it looks like little crowns or M's. But by having those teeth cutting in different directions, it cuts up and down. I suppose cutting plastic with it will help keeping the plastic from melting back together. You can cut wood with them as well. They're not my favorite. The nice part about them is when they start getting dull, you can just flip the blade over to the other side, and then you can keep cutting. So you can get like double the life out of them, but I don't like the way they cut. With the scroll saw blades, there's a lot of different geometries on the blades. So, you'll have a full range of size from teeny tiny to big with, crown tooth. So there'll be, 7 or 8 different sizes of this blade. And And then there'll be, just different types, different wood cutting ones. So, yeah, so you kind of figure out what you like. I like modified geometries or like polar blades. So they tend to not have, a whole bunch of teeth in a row. They tend to have bigger gullets in. But yeah, if you're cutting through plastics, a lot of times you want to run the saw super, super slow. Otherwise, the heat from the blade will kind of melt it back together. Yeah. It's basically a wire with teeth, pretty much. They also make spiral blades that they take a blade and they twist it so it cuts in all directions. They can get you out of a bind. It's not something I use all the time. If you look at my channel, I made this huge anti-disestablishment Terryism sign that's sitting above my double doors. I did that with spiral blades because with the spiral blade, if you can cut in any direction, the length of the saw doesn't matter because I can cut in any direction, if that makes sense. So I don't have to feed it through this way. I could turn it and feed it through this way. So if this is too big and it's going to hit the back of the saw, it doesn't matter because I'm going this way. You got some spiral blades on order? Um, it all depends what you're using it for, and they're not my favorite. I probably have 12 different sizes in my collection. I don't use them a lot, but when I need them, I want them there. So yeah, I'm kind of suffering a little bit. I'm looking for a specific blade that I'm out of. I think number 7 Olson Mach Speed blade for these would probably be the best. So I can power through it pretty efficiently and not burn it. I'm getting a little burning here and there. It's not a big deal. I could turn the scroll saw down and not cut so fast. You got some of those special spiral blades in order for the old pin saw? That's awesome. That way, if you need to use them, you have them for that saw. You can just, since you're going to be setting up both saws, you can just walk over. Yeah. They also make sandpaper for these, where you can clamp in basically, it's like double-sided sandpaper, and then you can use them for sanding. I used to use my little 16-inch saw. I would just put one of those on there, and then I'd use it just if, I got a little bit of burning here, I'd just take it to that saw and just, do that. Yep. You got a number 5 reverse tooth Olson. Yeah. So as far as Olson goes, I like their expensive precision ground blades, and then they're somewhat still not cheap Mach Speed blades. A lot of their other blades I don't like, but I like these 2 different styles. Yeah, those blades are amazing. If I cut to my lines, that would probably help. Yeah, I do have a whole bunch of, oh, I have a lot of different blades. I really do. I don't use all of them all the time, but if I run into, if I'm going to be cutting something super thin, I'm going to need a smaller blade for that. But, like I said, I've been using the scroll saw since, 87. So sometimes when you buy a saw, if you buy a used saw, people are like, oh yeah, here, take these blades too. So I got some blades that way. Flying Dutchman blades. I like Flying Dutchman blades. So these are Nikwa Ultra Reverse. These are number 5 blades, but it says they're number 7. So Nikwa is the company that makes these blades. Hello, 3. And then they are rebranded Flying Dutchman in the US. So these blades have a crimp on the top. You see that little crimp there? So you know which side is up. When you start getting into really, really tiny blades, these aren't too bad, but sometimes it's hard to know which way is up. Now these are reverse tooth blades, so all the teeth are facing down until you get down to like the last few, and then they'll face up. So, and they do that because it's a reciprocating blade. So having a reverse tooth will come up and it will cut the bottom. So you don't get tear out. Like on a bandsaw, it's always pushing down, you'll get tear out. If you use a non-reverse tooth blade, you're going to get tear out on the bottom. Depending on what you're doing, it might not be a big deal. Yeah, like me, you're half blind, you can't see. Yeah, definitely get yourself a magnifier. Get one on a stand. They do come in handy. Here, I'll actually show you my my production saw, what I normally use. So here's my 21-inch Pegasus, and this is very dusty, but it's I would clean it up. But yeah, so I have it on a stand, and then I've just got a weight on it so it doesn't tip over. Then you put it where you need to. This one has, 3 different intensities? 1, 2, 3. Now with the LEDs, now if I hold that in, it'll go from white to yellow. So you have a bunch of options with that. When I first started, I was 12 years old when I first started on the scroll saw, and I thought it was crazy that people kept using magnifying glasses. But now that now that I'm 50, I totally understand it. All right, I do have to use the restroom again, so I'm going to throw you over to my partner for a minute. While she take pictures, I feel like Forrest Gump after he took all those drank those Dr. Peppers.
Right?
There you go. And you can see a lady with a curly hair.
Oh boy. How exciting. So yeah, I'm just taking pictures of some of the more unique spindles, because if the product varies from the pictures that we have shoes, so if there's any variation, I have to take pictures so that people know. And this is a Lakota standard. Not sure if you guys can see that, but let's see. And then a lot of the woods that have like unique grain, like Bacote and zebra wood and bird's eye maple, where they're going to vary from each piece of wood that we buy, right?
So, not too fabulous. So originally she was set up in this little room here, which basically we turned into our pantry. So very messy pantry, but yeah, we got a refrigerator and a coffee pot. I'm gonna shut the coffee pot off.
Okay.
Microwave, air fryer, popcorn machine.
I was gonna give you the last bit of it and then shut it off, but okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about this.
So this is my favorite part of the shop. So this is our newest addition. This is my taking a nap couch. And got all this beautiful artwork on the walls. My aunt made that. And then come over here and so you can chill and watch TV. Because that's important when you have a workshop. Having the ability to take naps and watch TV.
Oh, we love that.
Why is your business failing? I don't know. I take naps and watch TV.
Right.
All right, we'll get back to work. It's a clubhouse.
It's so true though.
It's a clubhouse, I swear.
So when we compare them, I know that, home is only a 3-minute drive, but it's just easier.
Yeah.
Um,
And that couch is really comfortable too.
it is. And I know that we got it, originally to go, okay, we're gonna do fitting and.
Oh, we will live stream from there doing fiber arts, but yeah.
And then we will end up getting people over. Hopefully, when our landlord decides to put a door on
Oh, he's never gonna do that.
our bathroom.
He's-
Are we
he's-
gonna have to do that?
Well, it'll be one of those things in 2 years when the lease is up. It's like, dude, put a door in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So when we moved in the shop, there was just a toilet sitting open in the room, which would have been fine if it was just one person working in here. Hey, B, how's it going? But yeah, there's 2 of us and we want to have people in. So they did frame it in, but they didn't run electricity in there. So I ended up having to put like a remote light in there. Yeah, it is what it is. So this is the plain one. Clap on, clap off. Yeah, it's got a switch, but yeah, there's no wiring. Ran an extension cord to a bulb and then put an adapter on. Yeah, at our house, we got our house all, we got Alexas all over the place and all our lights are voice activated. I don't mind if we get spied on because we're boring. If somebody's listening in, they're not really, gonna get any dirt. These guys are boring. You betcha. Yep. So if you're just coming into the stream, we are cutting cherry. How long does it take a dog to walk down the stairs? Oh, there's 2 dogs and
running.
Oh, you think they're running in the hallway? All right, I'm gonna grab some larger blades. This cherry's kicking my butt today.
Is it hard?
Yep, I want some burn. And you know, I want some mock speed blades, and I ran out.
It's gonna be fun when I stand. Alright, all the pictures are done, at least for now.
So when in doubt, start collecting. This isn't even all of them. I've got 6 or 7 over there. You ever get the thing that you can make dowels with your drill? I have never played with one of those. So I have no experience with them. So we got some number 7 skip tooth blades here. We'll try these out. I don't know the age of these. Oh, sorry. Bring you back. It does okay, it just got to be right on, right? Now, I would be scared that, you know, everything I sent through would be really warped. But, you know, if you're using it to, you know, make plugs or whatever. So this is a mystery blade. I have no idea what it is. So we'll see how it cuts. Not the blade for this. Watch Scott fail in so many ways. You can turn the speed down too. Actually, that says number 7. Let's try number 9. No bueno. We'll get there. Otherwise, I'll just have to run to Menards and get the ones I want. And I'm not opposed to that. Put some wax on it. File the back of the blade. Yeah, not a big deal.
Yeah. Smell it.
Mm-hmm. It smells like cherry.
Burning cherry.
It smells like burning.
For a lot of years, I couldn't smell the cherry.
Yeah.
For a lot of years.
Now you can.
Now I can smell it.
You got cedar over here, right? Got some aromatic cedar here too. Nothing but smelly, smelly hamster cage smelling wood. Have you ever noticed that the dust that cedar puts off? No. What about it? Take a black light to it. I'm asking. Well, let's put a number 5 on here. I have high hopes for this blade. It's like powder. All right, we'll try cutting the cedar. That's butter. So let's check the square of this blade of the saw. So I made this little key here, and it slid right through, so we know we're cutting square. I just have to be square to the camera. So this is a number 5 Pegasus. I'm not sure what model it is. This is a very nice blade. At least we're cutting cedar. Yep, it's starting to smell like a hamster cage. Whew. That'll keep moths away. Does cut nice though. So yeah, we got paper patterns on these. Oh. So I just flick the sawdust off right into my Kool-Aid. Do you use spray glue? Yeah, my favorite spray adhesive that I used to glue all these patterns down. Actually, my girlfriend glues all the patterns down these days. Is 3M Super 77. It is some icky, sticky stuff. I've used a lot of different spray adhesives through my life. I've tried a lot of different ones, and I always go back to Super 77. You can use glue sticks. I got some that I used for 3D printing that worked out really, really well. See if I got one sitting over here. They're it's like PVA glue, so it's pretty much the same glue like that's in hairspray. Yep, you can use glue stick. I've always used spray adhesive. It's just what I was introduced to. But yeah, that glue stick did work really well. Some people use rubber cement. You just want to try something different? Absolutely. You know, with the glue stick, we've got, you know, we'll go to Aldi and take their flats, and then you spray adhesive in the flat, so that catches the overspray. Now, you know, we're doing this like full time, so you know, we're putting blue painter's tape down first, and then we're using the spray adhesive. So basically, by putting the painter's tape down first, we use blue because it sticks out like a sore thumb. So if you go to sand, sometimes if you use normal masking tape, especially with maple, it's pretty much the same color. So yeah, so we get these flats. You know, this just product was on them to give them away. But you can see, you know, we have a lot of spray adhesive, a lot of overspray in here. It's probably a 1/4 inch thick. And then we'll change these out. So, yeah. Love this stuff. I mean, I got Loctite back there. It works, but it's not as good. I've been using, well, you know, Super 77 is what I used when I worked in a bindery. We use quite a bit of that. You make a mousetrap out of it, that would work. And then they used it for when I worked in a vehicle plant too, assembly plant, for like headliners. All right, let's try. Oh, look at this. So this is genuine mahogany. Oh, and that laser engraved beautifully. Look at that. All right, let's see how it cuts. So we're just making sticky traps. So if you're just tuning in, we are cutting little Turkish drop spindles that are used for spinning yarn. This channel is mainly devoted to, right now we're kind of settling in with woodworking, but I would like to get into some other things as well. Hey, KR, how's it going? How's it going? Crazy! KR, welcome in. Yeah, so these, since we're laser engraving designs into them, I go ahead and just put the cutting lines already in. And if you turn it over, we only do that on one side. So when we're done cutting, you won't see any lines, because these will get sanded and rounded over too. So if there's a little line sticking up, it's going to be gone. So because we're laser engraving both sides with these images on, what we do is we drill the center hole first, and then I have a jig that has a pin. So you set it down and you put it in the pin. That way, when you flip it over and put it back in that pin, it's going to be in the same location. So that's how I'm able to do that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So yeah, for these, the laser engraving's just for marking. I've got, the biggest wattage I have is I have a 40 watt, I've got a 40 watt diode, and I have a 40 watt CO2 laser as well. And then we have a 5 watt laser, but it's a galvo. That's what we use for these. You know anything about lasers? Yeah, these are the only ones that I put the lines on, the cutting lines on. It's just because we're putting the decorations on already, so might as well. My lasers are all enclosed. You're vaporizing whatever you're putting in the laser. So you want it enclosed so it's got, fans pulling the air out, and then I have duct work and it goes outside. So we're venting all the stuff outside. With wood, yeah, it's going to be, the wood smoke is fine. But yeah, smoke's a bad thing. Especially if you're like cutting plastics and stuff. Ugh. Don't want to breathe that stuff in. So yeah, they sell a lot of really inexpensive lasers that are open, and you see it a lot on like the TikTok shops. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing, but here's my laser, and it's like, oh yeah, and you're just filling your house full of smoke. 40 watt can cut through like 1/4 inch material. Hey Rachel, how's it going? Welcome in. But yeah, this is a 5 watt diode that did this. So the laser, what type of laser, kind of depends on what you're going to do with it. Like the 40 watts will go through like a 1/4 inch piece of wood. So if you've got like 1/4 inch plywood, it'll mainly cut through that, unless, in the center of plywood, if there's glue pockets, it really can't cut through the glue. So sometimes you'll put a piece of wood in, some Baltic birch to cut it out, and sometimes it just doesn't do a good job. So they do make laser plywood, but it's really expensive. I wouldn't mind 100 watt CO2, but when I'm using them for, these are fine. Right? So yeah, the laser plywood, the middle layers don't have knots in them. So they're using face layers for all of it, so you don't get the glue. So it's more expensive because it's using, better materials. A lot of people, depending on what you're doing, they'll get the laser that has like the MDF cores. and it just kind of burns through that stuff. I might have to redraw the lines. If I had a 100-watt, yeah, it blows through the 1/4 inch like it wasn't there. You know, the bigger the wattage, the thicker the material you can go through. But I kind of opted, you know, being able to cut through 1/4 inch is great for what I'm doing. If I need to get through thicker stuff, you know, I've got saws. Got a CNC machine. I can use those. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah, so like it's either a 5 or a 10. I think it's a 10 watt. It's got a 10-watt blue laser and then a 5-watt IR laser. So I can also laser engrave on like plastics if I need to, or metal. So the normal diode lasers, you can't mark on metal at all. The IR lasers you can, but it takes a long time. So basically, the more expensive of a thing you buy, the more it can do. But for what I'm doing, what I have is fine. It's hard to justify getting a larger machine when the little prosumer ones are working good, you know? Now, it's interesting. The CO2 laser can cut through clear acrylic. Diode lasers can't cut clear acrylic. They can't even mark clear acrylic just because of the wavelength of the laser. It doesn't see it. You know, so my big CO2 laser, you know, I have mirrors and I've got little plastic lenses that focus and stuff. You know, it's just interesting. But there's different wavelengths, and some can cut some things and others can cut other things. So the CO2 lasers have water flowing through them. It's a big glass tube, and they use water to cool it. So the 40 watt is kind of small enough where you don't need an industrial chiller for them. It just has like a 5-gallon bucket and an aquarium pump. And then you can put like bottles of ice in them to keep it cool. If you get above 70 degrees Fahrenheit on those lasers, it's bad for the laser tube itself. It shortens the life. So you kind of have to. I have an aquarium thermometer in there just so I can monitor the temperature of the water. Where the CO2 lasers don't have that. No, the CO2 lasers have that. The diode lasers don't. They just have some fans. Now you can also get CO2 lasers that instead of having a glass tube, they're encased in a large metal box, and those just use air to cool them. but they're also really, really expensive. And they're refillable. So when your laser stops working right, you can send it in and they will refill whatever gases are in it. Where the glass tubes, once they're done, they're done. And then you just replace the whole tube. Hey, Ellen! How's it going? Welcome in. We are on the scroll saw right now, cutting these out. We will be going back to the lathe probably in the next hour or so. So I am just knocking stuff out today. I don't even hear that dog at all. Your eyes would be done. By now, I look at the blade and it's whole looking that type thing going on, right? Yeah, to be honest, I am missing my magnifier, but I don't want to bring it over here. Going good? Awesome to hear. Oh. So I finally got that review video done. That's up, reviewing the saw. I have not announced it anywhere. I just kind of wanted to look to see how it would do naturally. So, 51 views and 4 thumbs up. Yay! So I made a post saying that tens of people are going to see my video. That's funny. Ah, I gotcha. Time to kill? Yeah, so we're cutting a bunch of cherry right now. Getting a little bit of burning. Not a big deal. These all get sanded anyway. He's here for Thanksgiving and to hang lights. Awesome. Yeah, we're not doing anything for Thanksgiving. Well, we're gonna make, I don't know, buy a little ham or something, but yeah, no family involved. Still get together for Christmas. Brothers and sisters, my brothers and sisters. Going out for dinner, that's the way to do it. I don't know, can you guys hear the dogs barking? Oh, poor puppers. So I could be wrong, but I think one neighbor has two dogs, like they're like golden retriever type. I don't even know what they are. And I think she has them running around the hallway. And then the pit bull is in a different apartment, and she just wants to play, and it's not going to happen. Your wife is doing Thanksgiving for the family this year? Awesome. So the last, my parents passed, so it's like, there's no homestead to go back to anymore. We used to go to my aunt and uncle's house for Thanksgiving. My aunt is Canadian, so they would split the difference and do Thanksgiving between the two, which is actually kind of nice. That way you could get together with them and then do Thanksgiving with your own family. But we're all getting older. My kids all have lives. Your son's partner's from Canada? Nice. You're probably like, why don't you guys celebrate Boxing Day? Come on. Your mother wants to always make crazy dishes, and the wife just wants traditional Thanksgiving food. What's a crazy dish? Like a quinoa salad with marshmallows? That'd be a crazy dish. They bring Jerusalem artichokes. Hey, that's about as traditional as you can get. I would assume they had Jerusalem artichokes at the first Thanksgiving. Did they have sunchokes at the first Thanksgiving in America? Yes, sunchokes were available at the first Thanksgiving in America. Nice. That's awesome. I would like to try sunchokes. I've never had them, or Jerusalem artichokes. Basically, it's a relative of the sunflower, and you eat its roots. And apparently, it was a big staple in America. And it's one of those plants that grow in really crappy soil. And once you start growing it, you can't get rid of it. Even though you dig up the roots, you're going to miss some, and it's going to populate itself, and it's going to spread. It's like growing mint. You have to be really careful growing mint, otherwise it's going to go everywhere. So anyways, yeah, sunchokes. So big sunflowers that you eat the roots on. And you have to boil it like mashed potatoes. You can eat it raw, but it gives you really, really, really bad gas, apparently. You can grow artichokes in your backyard. Nice. Big thistles. I have never made an artichoke in my life. You know, I've had, you know, plenty of spinach and artichoke dip, but I've never, you know, steamed them or whatever and then, you know, scraped the leaves against my teeth. Mint's taking over your yard as you speak. Yeah, so where I'm living, the HOA decided that we can't have gardens, which I thought was awfully nice of them. So I think the sunchokes are weird enough where they wouldn't know what they are and just out there. They encourage you to plant flowers. Ah, people. I think they're allowed you to garden in pots. So maybe next year I'll grow some upside down tomatoes. We'll see. All right, this is a scroll saw. So I'll get a better view of it. So this is a 16-inch scroll saw. So the 16 inches is just the length between the blade and the back of the saw. So think of it like it's very similar to a sewing machine. It's just reciprocates, goes up and down, up and down. So these saws shine for like cutting fretwork, doing really complicated little ornamental things. You wouldn't use this to build furniture with, or you're not going to use it to cut 2x4s. So it's like a powered like fret saw or coping saw. So it does let you cut internal cuts though. So you can cut in the middle of the wood. We're gonna make this one just a little bit bigger.
Do you want to split both of the meals, or would you rather have one or the other?
What are the, oh, we're doing rice?
There's soup,
Uh-huh.
and then there's the chicken with the mac and cheese.
Oh, I would like the soup, and I would like to try a chicken meatball.
Okay.
Because you said they're awesome. I trust you, but
Yeah.
but the way my stomach is today, I'm kind of
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
watching is more fun. Oh, I hear ya. You know, you get stuck in a live stream, and then you start feeling guilty. You know, I'm watching a guy turn wood. And I'm like, I should really be doing that right now. That's okay. Yep, so I actually used the scroll saw, put the video up this morning. So. Right? Sometimes. You got a bunch of books with patterns. The cool one is A Bird Inside of a Cage. Nice. So is it like an octagon? Is it one of those things like kind of put together? Or is it like more of a portrait? It's 3D? Nice. Those are sweet. You ran into a walnut shell. Nice. Ooh. Bird is 2 pieces? Cool. So yeah, scroll saws could do quite a bit. You know, they're for like intricate stuff. This is just, yeah. I get a better finish off the saw than I would like a bandsaw. So, sanding. And the internal cuts are a big thing too. Hello, M. Chess pieces too? Absolutely. There's a lot of cool patterns out there. But yeah, so I'm just doing production cutting here, so. So this would be a good reminder for people to stay in school. Otherwise you might end up having to live stream on YouTube, cutting out things on a scroll saw. I've seen it a million times. That'd be awesome, honey. It's that lentil soup, right? Oh, that's so good. It's probably awesome now. It's probably more mush.
It's actually not too bad. The lentils stayed together, so yeah.
Cool. So let's see. It does an awesome job making jigsaw puzzles. Absolutely. They do make specialty blades for cutting out jigsaws. Or you can just use a really small blade, unless you're making, you know, little puzzles for kids, and you can use a big blade.
Is that it?
That's it. Your son asked you to make 4 coexit desk plates.
Well, I'm glad I made more Apex plates.
Right. Sorry, Alan, I'm not sure what that is. Now we're back to cedar. I'm going to turn the speed up a little bit. We'll see how Vicky does with the smell of cedar. Oh no. Without pumpkin rolls, how can Thanksgiving happen? Yeah, so I just started playing around with lentils. I've never really eaten lentils before.
We didn't bring any cheese with us.
No cheese. Cheeseless lentil soup? Oh my goodness.
And I don't know, you might. It's warm enough. I heated it up.
Which went to your mother's
5 minutes.
Well, there you go. So it's like a party, right? What did you say? Let it sit for 5 minutes?
No, I heated it up for 5 minutes, so it should be hot.
So, you know, it's like pea soup. It definitely tastes better than it looks.
It does. It's so good.
Mm,
I really like it.
that is good. It's hearty.
Hot?
It's fine. You know, like cool for a couple minutes.
Well, I better hot.
So yeah, we've been using Instant Pots for years now, and it's just beans are so amazing because you don't have to soak them. You don't have to cook forever. You can really you don't have to plan ahead. You can just throw beans in there and they'll be done in an hour. The lentils are done in like 18 minutes. So it's where some of the letters and symbols for the peace sign for the O for the Star of David and the X and the act is the X. Okay. I gotcha. I believe I know what you're talking about. I'm not affiliated with the Maccabees, but I get it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. You see them bumper stickers a lot, right? Speaking of the devil, your son is here, Scott, and everything is all. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I'll be safe. Absolutely. Have a great holiday. Enjoy your family. Just verifying the holes are centered. Are you okay with the smell of cedar, honey?
Yeah, it seems to be okay.
Okay, good.
And the food doesn't seem to be bothering me, which is good.
Good.
And I don't know if it's just because it's really potent.
It could be. Have a good one.
I'm gonna walk away. Okay.
Why is that?
I'm just gonna walk away.
You're just gonna walk away? So you have nothing to say? You just came over here to turn around and walk away?
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, I don't know. It might kind of.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty
a little bit
potent.
too potent.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not even gonna, stand.
No, it's not worth it.
It's gonna, yeah.
Yeah, the last couple of days smells have been bothering her.
I'm not gonna test that here.
It's good for the gizzard, right? If it's good for the goose, it's good for your bladder. Keeps bugs away, absolutely. If you don't want moths. Oop, sorry. Predictor flight pattern, correct. I wish the Canada geese would fly south already. It's getting cold. It's starting to snow. He's still hanging out. So we have a pond near our house, and the geese are just everywhere.
Take a bite if you like it.
Okay,
so then I will eat it.
So this is a chicken meatball.
Ground chicken.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad. Mm-hmm. It could use a sauce of some sort.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Barbecue sauce on that.
Oh, that would be amazing.
That's right? Good. I'm in Wisconsin.
Barbecue sauce, water.
Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah, barbecue sauce on that.
Barbecue sauce on that would be the bomb.
On rolls.
Oh, that would be good.
I think we're gonna try that.
Canada gooses. They taste just like chicken. So we should have the Christmas, if they're still around on Christmas, maybe I'll go grab them. We'll have the Christmas goose. I've got a car. They don't run very fast. Absolutely. Put some Old Bay on it. The celery, that's the secret. The celery salt, the celery and Old Bay. And then you don't have to pick birdshot out of it, you know? Yeah, it's weird because the geese always come back to that pond. So some years we'll have one or two couples there, and then other years there'll be a ton. So, hey Tug, how's it going? Welcome in. So growing up, my parents had a game farm. We had pheasants. You know, we had like guinea hens and that kind of thing. So we had a bunch of birds. And yeah, so I grew up eating a lot of pheasant. Holiday pheasants. All right. So, there we go. Oh yeah, they do. I'm not a big fan of geese. We had geese growing up. I'm not sure what breed they were, but they used to, you know, attack me. No, pheasants taste more wild, so more like geese or ducks. Probably it's more of a dark meat. Definitely has its own unique flavor. It's like comparing lamb to beef. Similarities, but definitely their own thing. Just gonna swap this out for another exactly the same blade. It worked nice. I don't know if you can see it. You see the bluing on it? It's hard to see. Well, you can see exactly where it was cutting. Yeah. Now if I can find the right tube, that's not it. Lamb does sound good. So yeah, I've been really cutting back on meat protein. Not. I'm trying to do 80-20 right now. Trying to just cut back on the red meat. But if I need a steak every once in a while, I can have that. So we've been playing with lentils and beans and no, I don't keep cutting till it breaks. I used to. When you're a kid and you don't have any money, you run that blade till there's no blade left. This cherry is just, it wants to burn a little bit, and it's fine. It's not like it's like Purple Heart. If you burn Purple Heart, sanding is just horrible. This will sand off real easy. Yeah, I want to live to see another day. I've been I've been doing a stir fry with firm tofu. So I want to be healthy, so I bread and fry the tofu. It took a little getting used to, but it's really good. And, it's like under $2 a pound. Price of meat is insane. You try to be healthy and then go to McDonald's the next day? Absolutely. This morning we got donuts. I think in the last year I've had 3 donuts. But moderation is the key to life. Now, my second wife, her mom was a vegan. And, yeah, you didn't have to ask her about it. Oh, Boston creamers are amazing. Oh, I was killing my kids by feeding them hot dogs. And, yeah. It's like anything else, you be you, whatever makes you happy. And I get it, you feel healthier, so you want to share it with everybody, but yeah, the kids were kids. They had a good time. They like McNuggets. They're sweet. I'm trying to talk myself out of running to the store and getting the blades I need. I've got it's like in the ocean. You're in the ocean and you're dying of thirst because you can't drink the seawater. Yeah, don't force it down people's throats. That's my big thing. Same with politics and religion and anything else. If you're not hurting anybody, that's great. Do what you want to do. But yeah, don't force it on people. Right? Getting old does suck. Absolutely does. So Vicky's like, why didn't people tell me that my body's going to fall apart? And I'm like, honey, every old person told you that. You just don't listen to them. Yeah. So I have neuropathy. So I'm basically my toes have no feeling. Tips of my fingers have very little feeling left to them. I have a hard time with I can't feel like water like on my hands, like on the tips here. I can't feel how hot something is. All fun, exactly. And then, nerve death is always great. Nothing like shooting pains in your legs. So I am taking gabapentin, so that does help. Well, that's good. So the chiropractor did fix you? Wow. I'm working on it. Okay. So the rice that we have, why not tomorrow morning we'll bring some eggs and then I'll make fried rice tomorrow. You can probably do that with breakfast and have like a fried egg with it or something. Or you can do it at home
just
either.
Leave our eggs here and not bother.
Oh, we do have eggs here, yeah.
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 Just take them home.
We could do that.
Yeah.
You lost feeling on the bottom of your feet? Ooh. Yeah. So my mother had 0 toes left for the last, like, probably 10 years of her life. All her piggies went to market. And one of my other sisters have lost quite a few toes as well. So I want to keep my toes. I like them. It helps for counting. And for painting, you know. So yeah, with my meds and my diet and everything, I'm pre-diabetic now, but it's borderline. So apparently, or picking your nose. There you go. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying. Oh, I think I have one precision ground blade left. I've only have 3 spindles left. But let's put a PG blade in here. PGT blade. That's a mouthful. And that'll be good if I got that blade on here, so when we're drilling holes on these, if we got like a big board, I will use a scroll saw just to kind of go between them to make the boards shorter so they're easier to drill. Okay, so that's a double skip tooth. So you see there's 2 teeth, then 2 gaps, and then 2 teeth and 2 gaps. And it's a reverse tooth, so right there is where it transitions from cutting down to cutting up. And then if you drop it, then you have to find that again to make sure you're going the right way. So yeah, right there. Let's see, your mother was diabetic but controlled it with diet and through a nutritionist. Super informative, right? Yes, so this is an Olsen PGT. So it's these. So you're right, these are expensive blades. They're about twice as much as the other blades. Hey JC, how's it going? But I'm worth it once in a while. There you go, 0 burning. So yeah, the precision ground. So scroll saw blades are stamped out. So when you stamp it out, you're going to have one side is going to have a little bit of a let me think. a little burr on it, if you think. So when you're cutting, you can't cut straight. You have to cut at an angle to compensate. So these are ground flat, so there's no burr on them. All right, Matt, you have a great day, and I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope you have a beautiful feast as I'm eating delicious, delicious lentils. All right, Travis, have a great day. You think if I can remember that? Well, that could be why there's a T there. I just go for whatever handle I see, just the first couple letters. Yep, and I'm Scott, which, yeah. Oh, man. Yep, so we got two more left, and then we'll go over back onto the lathe and start turning shafts. So this actually, we've never had one of these with dragonflies on before. So this will be good to see if it sells. We'll see. So yeah, so my girlfriend just started to get the courage up to messing around with designing things on the laser. She's been laser engraving things I already made for quite a while now, but now she's playing with the software, which is awesome. Hello. Hey, Morgan. Welcome in. So we're currently cutting on scroll saw. This is the brand new Buck Tool 16-inch scroll saw. So I just did a review on the saw. I just put it up this morning. It's a nice saw. It really is. Yep, so today, I know you can't see the sign, we're making drop spindles. So these are Turkish drop spindles for spinning yarn. So this is my day job. This channel is usually about, I do reviews of things, and I do some beginner to intermediate scroll saw and lathe projects. I'm going to be getting more into some 3D and laser engraving things in the future, but for right now, this is what we're doing. So I think next week I'm going to sit down and I'm going to make a video about 3D printing for woodworkers as far as making jigs and gauges and that kind of thing. So I think it'll be interesting. I'll hunt around on a bunch of sites. I don't really think I'm going to be designing anything for that, but we'll see. You got one left. So when I'm cutting them out for storage, camera over here. So I just have a 2x4 with a bunch of holes drilled in it. Hey Mikey, we are making spindles today. And so when I cut them out, I put them on these sticks. So it's just a dowel and I got a stopper on it. That way I can have stacks and stacks to keep them together. Most of my other benches have holes in it, so I can just move it from one place to the other. It's a way of keeping them organized. Hello, Canada. So I still don't know why you guys don't have Brent Butt as your prime minister. If you can run a gas station, you can run the country. Brent Butt? The comedian, he had the TV show Corner Gas. That guy. He had a show for a few years on CTV, and then there's a cartoon as well. Actually, come to think of it, Letterkenny ended up having a cartoon for a while too, right? I'll swap you straight up for the President of America. And then you can be the instigator of tariffs. It'll be amazing. Dang it. Just can't give this guy away. All right, so we are going to go over to the lathe now. We got all those cut out. I got most of my soup eaten. So we're just going to switch. It's going to be a minute. All right. So we were just cutting on the buck tool scroll saw. We did a review of it, put it up this morning, so it's kind of fresh on my mind. So I'm thinking maybe if you take Justin Bieber back too, we can figure something out as far as the trade goes. That's the house kitty. We tried making it a shop kitty, but it did not like the carpet at all. We're keeping Alanis. All right, I'll be right back. She has got it after all. All right, I just got to turn on the vacuum and we're good to go. So I have 2 unheated back rooms, and you can tell it's freaking 27 degrees out. Holy cows. You want Neil Young back? It was so nice that Mike Myers came back to play Elon Musk on Saturday Night Live. Oh, that's so good. Okay, let me get my music turned down. Oh no! I just broke the clippy on my my headphones, my earplugs. Oh, sorry. Hey Danny, how's it going? Nice. All right. So we're turning hard maple. Yeah, they can. You can keep her. You can have her. You mean astronaut, Katy Perry? Just gross. This is maple, yeah. This is hard maple. As long as we can share Rush, we're all right. We'll straight up share Getty. Yep, so we're turning hard maple. So I used to start out by square stock. I'd buy, a piece of 6/4 inch maple, and then I would cut it down into square pieces to put in here. Now I'm buying doweling. I get it straight from the manufacturer. They make it to order, and it just makes a lot less of a mess. It's good to see that Rush is touring again. I mean, you can't replace Neil, but they found a very good drummer to fill in. They are not inexpensive. But it does save me time. You know, when you first start out making stuff, supplies are your biggest expense. And then after a few years, it kind of transitions from supplies being the most biggest expense, and then it turns into your time real quick on you. Time's the key, absolutely. Alright, so there's an 8-inch shaft. So we'll pair it up here. This is a Cherry Standard. If I cannot drop it. So there you go. Spinning nice. Yeah, time, and it slips away. Keeps on slipping into the future. Now I want to fly like an eagle. Hang on. There we go. I'm like, man, I'm having a hard time reading the chat here. And I'm like, oh, well, I was on a different computer. So now when I came back to this computer. So I'm just making the font bigger. There we go. Now, I do make shafts out of different woods as well. Maple is pretty much the standard. Sometimes I'll do exotic woods. It's depending on what exotic wood, you know. If I buy a piece of wood to make the bodies out of, if I've got like a little extra, I can make a shaft out of it. Yes, I do remember that. Thanks for coming back. I did recognize you because you put up the Canadian flag right away with the hands. So, you have a calling card. So I would like to take a moment just to thank Dave Coulier for all that he's done. His fine work on Full House and breaking Alanis Morissette's heart, because without Jagged Little Pill, I don't know how her career would have went. And he was also the inspiration for the song No Scrubs, right? So there you go. I think the actor that plays Bubbles is trying to get right on board with that from Trailer Park Boys. So cheers. Alright, so this is a story stick. It just has the dimensions that I'm using on it, and I'm just transferring those over. So that way they will all be the same. Yeah. You need to keep your hands to yourself. Yep, I'm always keeping my eyes open for new woods to play with. I do get the majority of my wood from a mill. It's about a half-hour drive away, which isn't too bad. And they carry a lot of exotics, and they sell cut-offs. So, rather than having to buy, a big board that's $500, you can buy a smaller piece. Yeah. I can't imagine being a celebrity. That's got to mess with you. Getting everything you want whenever you want it, and when the shit hits the fan, you don't know what to do with it. Let's see what we got here. Got a bunch of standards. Alright. So this is a maple standard. Right? It's hard. You have to separate the person from the career, which is impossible to do in some cases. The person you see might not be the person who they actually are. They put on an act. It's kind of like Bill Cosby. His works, his career was amazing, but he was also drugging and raping women during his career. I mean, hard to separate. I mean, am I still going to watch Fat Albert? I don't know. Picture Pages, he did a lot of children's programming. And he was very opinionated, and he said a lot of things to the youth about, it's like, oh my God. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're turning hard maple. I like hard maple because the pores are very small. So it ends up being very smooth. If I was to use like ash or oak, you'd see a bunch of lines, there'd be dots all over it. Actually, what I'm doing with the spanner is I'm using it as a caliper. So that fits over what I'm turning, I know I'm on size. Oh, I got your weird Canadian spanner thing. Take that from the British. Yeah, it's never going to change size. I use the style calipers for some bigger things, but you always have to take it and recalibrate it because if you touch the wood, it's going to vibrate. And, this mechanism doesn't necessarily stay put. Well, there you go. And what's this? Mikey, what's this called? Right? Now, I wouldn't use a big spanner for that. You know, I don't want a big, something that could catch. These little ones, side cutters, very good. Do you know what they're also called? You use those things daily? Nice. And nobody refers to them as a dike? Yep, snips, yeah. When I worked at a vehicle plant on an assembly line, yeah, they were called dikes. Which is what you use to hold back water, right? I am Dutch. 8-inch, yeah. Grab my phone. See, when I had the little workshop, I never had to run away all the time. According to Gemini, a dike pliers is a whatever term for diagonal cutting pliers. Yep. I don't know where the etymology went for that. But if you go to Wild Tool, they have quite a few. I think it's interesting that, you know, things have different names. Picture looks more like Klein's or Lineman's pliers, yeah. That example is. But yeah, any side cutters. Apparently, Klein tools, they make the best ones. According to that guy. Oh, so how's it going, people? You having a good day? This one is not very straight. Or hammer. Use them as hammers all the time, right? Absolutely. So I was able to salvage that one. So that's the reason why I buy them oversized, so we can try to straighten them out here. Hello, Robert. Got a complete set of Klein electrical tools. I graduated from high school, still have them all. Awesome. 72 years old. Nice. Now that's a statement. So, yeah, throughout the years between my kids and my ex's kids, and yeah, tools were hard to hold on to. Now that, the kids are out of the house, I could probably, get a decent set, but I'm not really turning wrenches all that much. I mean, this is a wood shop, so, I got a bunch of crescent wrenches. Well, you know what I mean. So we are making Turkish drop spindles today. These are the shafts. So we are spindle turning, so this would be, if I wanted to make like a magic wand, there we go. Or furniture parts, pens, that kind of thing. Nice. I don't have much from my father. I'm trying to think if I have anything from my dad. Well, besides his rugged good looks. So let's see, 6'5", or you could make a wand in memory of King Cobra's CFS. Sorry, I'm very out of touch. Not sure what that is. I have not worked with much metals as far as like doing inlays and stuff, no. Oh, he was a YouTuber that passed away? Outside. He made wands? Oh, I gotcha. Let me write that down. I'll check that out. Aren't we all? Yellow Seedle Birds, I'd burrow too. Gotcha. Yeah, I want to check that out. It's gotta be cool. So I have 2 dry erase boards, really big ones, but they don't live over here. You want one that works as well as Harry Potter's? Hey Gavin, how's it going? And I've got scratch paper all over the place, but I don't have any here. But it is written down, and I will check it out. Whew. Great Scott! And I got them a good Scotch. Yeah. Wouldn't it be amazing just to Leviosa stuff? That'd be great. There's been so many times in my life when, that feather sitting there, I wanted it to fly up in the air. And this never worked out for me. Yes, that would be terrifying. That's probably why all the real magic wands are hidden. People just growing up under stairs, not knowing they're wizards. Yeah. We are making Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn. We're currently making the shafts for them. Here's an example one that's done, and this is a yarn that I've spun on it. That's what they look like before they're sanded. Could you substitute like something off a narwhal? This is just paste wax. So the paste wax does act as a protectant, but the majority of these are going to be used for spinning wool. So there'll always be a little bit of lanolin that'll get on there. Maybe if they have whiskers. They are pretty in person. Burnish. Yeah, I'm very lucky. I found my niche, over a decade ago, and I'm just holding on for dear life here, guys. So if you're new to the stream, this channel is focused on beginner to intermediate, right now, wood crafts. We do a lot of scroll saw work and a lot of lathe work. Eventually I'll be expanding and get more into laser engraving, 3D printing, CNC, that kind of stuff. But right now I'm happy right here. So normally this is just my day job. Normally I wouldn't be streaming this, but I figured if I'm streaming I might as well hang out with people, You substitute a narwhal horn, right? But we'll see. I was born to be a blue-collar worker. Yep. Yeah, I do have some made-to-order stuff. A lot of it's like 3D printed spindles, because I can go over to the machine, turn it on, and, in less than an hour I'll have the piece. So. Yep. Good way to make money. I've been doing this full time for 12 years. Yeah. Yep, so my website is snyderspindles.com, SNYDER. I also have an Etsy site. I really enjoy working with my hands. And, I'm living the dream. We got a commercial workshop. We sell enough to pay our bills. Yes. Thank you for coming back. Working on this delicious looking soup. This stuff's awesome. Normally we put Parmesan cheese in it and baby spinach. It's good stuff. So it's green lentils. I appreciate it. Just check it out. I'm not here to sell. I'm just working. You're watching the basement spin the last time? Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see because my arm kind of blocks it, but I'm holding on to it. Yep, so we have Etsy, and then we have our own Shopify site. The only reason we did that was Etsy decided to suspend my account for no reason. And it only took me like 4 days to get it back up and running. It was a glitchy type thing. But when you're using that money to eat, so that's why we have two sites. I like noodles too. They are delicious. Oh, Coco. Coco, beware. I forgot about Coco, beware. He's a wrestler with a parrot. There's nothing better than a wrestler with a parrot. Man, I'm old. Thank you. Yeah, so we're kind of mid-level pricing. When I first started spinning, I noticed that there was like cheap spindles and really expensive spindles. There wasn't really middle ground. So that's kind of where I wanted to be. Hello, Honor. Welcome in. No? Yeah. I used to make some wands for kids way back in the day. They weren't very ornamental, and they were kind of chunky, and they were very round. Because I have kids. I know what kids do. Yep, that'll work. Yeah, if things would slow down, I wouldn't have any issues making wands. I mean, I used to, actually this is a 7. Yeah, I used to hang out with a wand maker on Twitch a few years back. Yeah. Maple's got some torque to it. I would like to use ash. You know, that's got a little bit more flexibility, but the pores are too big. Looks like garbage. Great for a baseball bat, bad for a spindle. Hickory would be good too. So, any baseball bat would be good. Hickory is pretty porous too, though, right? Beeswax. I've used beeswax in the past, where you'd take beeswax and you'd mix it with like mineral oil, heat it up. That works fine. the strongest wood? I am not sure. Yeah, African blackwood, it's pretty strong. Yeah, I've used that before. It's expensive. Getting to African blackwood, you're right in that whole ebony kind of. Let me see, I might have a chunk. Well, it was $101. It was resawn. It was a thicker piece. They cut it down. Black iron, screamy dents. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think wooddatabase.com would be your would be your friend. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it proved a point. It was just kind of a sketch. Oh yeah. You know, it's a shame. The place that used to make diamond wood, that was epoxy. It was resin impregnated, I believe, yellow birch that was dyed, so you'd have all those colors in it. And their plant burned down, and they decided not to rebuild. So now, is it Casino? They do make it. Resin impregnated colored stuff, but it's quite expensive. Yeah, let's take a look at what I got. My exotic woods. We're trying to use up what we have before we buy more. So I think my exotic wood supply is pretty low right now. So let's see, we got ash, maple, bird's eye maple. Let's see, we got some leopard wood, which is all spotted. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah. And then this is Bacote. And then we got some purple heart. And then some cherry, some walnut. This is that Vera wood. This stuff is heavy. And then we have some Brazilian cherry here. This is a rosewood. I believe it's Bolivian rosewood. Come back down here. We got some ash and honey locust. This is mahogany. This is genuine mahogany. So I still have some mahogany. And yeah, we're running out of maple and walnut and cherry. So we're very picked over right now. We're going to be going to the mill probably next week. So we'll how the Thanksgiving sales go. Oh, that room is not heated. All right. Plug the phone back in. Whew. Warm up the hands. Your dad liked to carve, and he had a bunch of mahogany. I wonder what ever happened to it. Good kind of safe cold right now, right? Yeah, so the mill that I buy stuff for, they buy exotic woods at auctions. which I'm sure most mills do. So you never know what they're going to come back with. They had Kingwood for a while, which is very pretty. It is a rosewood, and it's more like pinkish purplish, and it's got really, really awesome grain pattern to it. It's really, really expensive. So they had it for a while, and I'm loving it. And then I find out that it was one of those rare oddity things where, in order to get it, they had to buy a pallet of a bunch of other wood they didn't want, and it was a thing. But man, that was some nice wood. Purple Heart could kind of be a bear to work with. It likes to burn. Came alive. Just to make it look at her. Oh, cool. And remember, if it's not Scottish, it is crap. Thank you, Mike Myers, for that. So you guys aren't like planting trees to try to... Right? Well, that was the downfall for Ligamente, too. So, this is Argentinian Ligamente, right? It's not related to Ligamente at all. Ligamente they use for the tall sailing ships. They would use it to make bushings out of it for for the masts. So they basically cut down all those trees. I believe it's from South America? I could be wrong. So let's go... Okay, I am wrong. Parts of Europe? Okay, it's indigenous to the Caribbean and South Africa. Pretty wood, can't get it. Yeah, but that soft wood in Western Canada makes a lot of houses. All right, guys, we've made it 4 hours. That's pretty amazing. Time flies when you're having fun. And there's nothing more fun than playing on the lathe. So, I know nobody is curious, but I'm streaming with an old phone that is not, it doesn't have cellular service or anything. That way, if I get a phone call or whatever, I don't have to break the stream. So I'm not going to show this on a shaft, on a spindle, because right now everything I have is either 6 or 8. So we'll just set that one aside. Aw, that's awesome. You know, when I started doing this, my family was very concerned. As far as doing this for a living. But things have worked out. Alright, Mikey, have a good one. Have fun with your back bacon. Nice. Oh, man. Okay, this one we're going to make a 6-inch out of. There's a little bit of vibration. Oh, man. Yeah, she started out as a Christian singer, and next thing you know, she's making whipped cream boobs. Have a good one. Oh, man. I think Mikey had the right idea. All right. I think I'm going to make one more shaft, and then I'm going to call it a stream. Oh, I need to take a break. The couch is calling my name. But I think 4 hours is pretty impressive. Normally I stream for like 2. Hey Robert, welcome in. You're catching us right at the tail end. We're going to get one more done. And then it's break time. hello, welcome in. Ooh, this one's not very straight at all. I don't know if you can see how much vibration there is. Yep, we did some scroll saw nickname making the other day. We did get quite a bit done already today. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that one too. No fear. Yeah, so my partner's getting the sale going. Because it's that time of year. Let's see how we did. Oh yeah. There we go. So this is curly hard maple or tiger maple. Very nice. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. More than likely, I'll be back tomorrow. If you want to make sure to catch the stream, please give me a sub and click that bell and it'll notify you. And if it gets to be too much, feel free to unclick that bell. I totally get it. So, yep, we got a brand new video. We did a review of a Bucktool 16-inch scroll saw. Released that video this morning. I haven't really looked to see how well it's doing, but I think we got at least 10 views, so we're doing good. All right, guys, have a great day, and we'll catch you next time. And remember, I don't know, don't eat yellow snow. Have a good one.